Okay, I will now call the meeting back to order. We were in closed session, and I just want to make it known that Councilman Kaji has joined us in closed session, and he is still with us in the open session. City Clerk? Guess we will go on to the next item. We'll have the flag salute by Councilmember Griffith, followed by the non-sectarian invocation by Councilmember Kalani.
Please join me as we honor our flag and our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Dear Heavenly Father, we come together tonight to ask for your blessings and guidance for the matters at hand. We ask that you help our hearts and minds to be pure, and that we conduct our work and decisions in a way that is best. Help us excel at the choices we make for our community. We ask you in your name, amen.
Thank you both. Got a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, this motion carried unanimously.
Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Adam Torrance, City Manager. For the record, there was nothing to report from a closed session. There are several items tonight for supplemental material for oral communication, 7. 9A, City Clerk, discuss and provide directions to the City Clerk on filing unexpired District 2 term of Councilman George Chen. Item 9B, City Manager and City Attorney adopt resolution authorizing virtual City Council, Commission, Committee, Board, and other bodies meetings under AB 361. Item 9F, City Manager, approve side letter between Engineers Torrance Fiscal Employee Association, TFEA, and Management for Senior Lead Public Works Inspector Premium. 10A, Finance, conduct public hearing, adopt resolution authorizing and directing LA County Assessor to include delinquent solid waste and sewer discharge fees as a special assessment. And lastly, 10B, City Manager, conduct public hearing on resolution of impasse with Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117. Thank you, Your Honor.
Just want to make it known that City Clerk Poirier reported the agenda was posted Monday, July 18, 2022, with the revised agenda posted on Friday, July 22nd, 2022. Council Committee meetings announcements. I have
Your Honor, Adam Torrance, City Manager, before you proceed, I believe we need to reinstate the virtual meeting format for the record. No script? Oh, we can come back to you.
Okay, got it. All right, we're on item 5 now. On August 30th, 2022, the Red Cross will hold a blood drive at Wilson Park. This event will use the D. Hardison Sports Center as its main area of operation. Blood drives are very important as more children and adults find themselves in need of a blood donation. And at this time, all blood types are needed. The City of Torrance tries to support such programs to help our citizens in need. Therefore, I request a concurrence from my colleagues for staff to bring back an item requesting a subsidy of fees for the use of D. Hardison Sports Center at Wilson Park for the upcoming Red Cross blood drive. Thank you. Looks like I got unanimous concurrence. Thank you. I have one more. The City of Torrance is well known for its support of the military and veterans in our community. The 300th Army Band requested the use of the James Armstrong Theater on December 11, 2022. from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. to provide 2 family-friendly holiday concerts, free of charge to the community. With concurrence from my colleagues, I would like to request that staff return with an item requesting subsidy of fees to cover venue rental and labor at the James Armstrong Theater. Thank you. I got concurrence? Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. With the concurrence of my colleagues, I would like to request that the staff bring back an item in the next 90 days to provide an update on the Downtown Torrance Association's efforts in exploring the creation of a business improvement district. Do I please have the concurrence of my fellow council members? Thank you.
City Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor. The City of Torrance is currently accepting applications for airport, historic preservation, planning, and traffic commissions. Commission appointments will take place at the City Council meeting on Tuesday, August 9th, and the application deadline is this Thursday, July 28th by 5 p.m. Applications are being accepted at the City Clerk's counter or via U.S. mail or email at cityclerk@torranceca.gov. Postmarks are not accepted. Applicants must be an elector of the City of Torrance and have completed commissioner certification training within the last 2 years to be eligible for appointment. Commissioners applying for one of these positions or for a reappointment must also be current on Ethics AB 1234 and non-supervisory harassment prevention training. For more information, please visit torranceca.gov/government/commissions or call the Office of the City Clerk at 310-618-2870. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Commissioner Scotto from the Social Service Commission.
Commissioner Scotto, you're now unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Chen, City Council members. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you all on your election to the City Council. Cindy Scotto, and I'm a member of the Social Services Commission. On behalf of the Commission, I'm here this evening to announce that the Commission is currently holding the annual Back to School Supply Drive, which started yesterday, July 25th, and will run through August 19th. The Commission is again supporting the Torrance Unified School District's drive, which supports their students who are experiencing homelessness or are in foster care so they can thrive with their academic pursuits. The Commission is seeking new school supplies, including backpacks, pencil boxes, notebooks, crayons, markers, dividers, glue sticks, notebooks, loose leaf paper, and even calculators. Donation boxes are located at Torrance City Hall first floor in the lobby, in the Permit Center of the Community Development Department, and at the Katie Geisert Civic Library Center. Anyone with questions can call 310-618-5880 or email Social Services Commission at torranceca.gov. I'd like to thank all the residents in advance for their continued support of this drive, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Commissioner Scotto. Fire Chief Dumais.
Honor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Dumais, Inter Fire Chief. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting the monthly test of the Community Alert Siren System next Wednesday, August 3rd at 11:30 a.m. That's next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow. As a reminder, this is only a test. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all clear chime will precede the 2-minute siren tone. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note that the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During an actual emergency and when you hear the sirens, we encourage the community to take action to shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. Shelter in place means if you are outside while at home, go inside, Close all windows, doors, and vents. Listen for instructions from local cable, radio, and social media sites. If driving, continue to drive. Close all windows, vents, air conditioning, change it to recirculate mode. Turn in your radio to 1620 AM city sounds for local instructions. Listen for the chimes to signal the all clear message to signal the emergency has concluded. For additional information regarding the community sirens, please contact the Torrance Refining Community Relations Office at 310-212-1852. That's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts, which is Torrance's emergency notification and warning system. For information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Chief. I believe that we have one more from Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for the public, don't forget that we're just exactly 1 week away from National Night Out. So come out and meet your Torrance police officers and other members of Torrance Police Department. If you have any questions, please contact the Community Affairs at torranceca.gov. That's their email address, communityAffairs@torranceca.gov. For myself in District 5, I'll be at Seaside Heroes Park from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. There's going to be 6 locations across the city of Torrance. So look them up. Thank you.
Thank you. Now on to community matters. City Clerk, we have number and title, please. These 4 community matters will all be done by resolution. I'll take a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-74, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Mayor Patrick J. Fury upon his retirement from the city after 14 years of service.
Motion to adopt resolution number 2022-74.
Second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Clutch. Okay, thank you.
Item 6B.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths abstaining.
Item 6B. Resolution 2022-75. The resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Councilmember Heidi Ann Ashcraft upon her retirement from city after continued years of dedicated service to our community.
Move to approve Resolution 2022-75.
And I will second that.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Clutch.
I approve.
Your Honor, that was adopted unanimously.
Okay. We'll continue for now, and you'll do a verbal vote as we go on. Okay. Now on to Resolution 2022-76, a resolution of City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Councilmember Jack Walser upon his retirement from the city after his dedicated service to the community.
Move to adopt Resolution 2022-76.
Second.
Start voting, please.
I approve.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion was approved and adopted unanimously.
Now move on to item 6D as in Delta. Is Resolution 2022-77, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring City Treasurer Dana Cortez upon her retirement from the city after 22 years of service.
Motion to approve motion to adopt resolution number 2022-77.
Second.
Start voting, please.
I approve.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll go on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to comments or statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the orals are limited to either oral communications number 1, which is this one, or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Speakers, please turn off the volume on any City Council meeting broadcast you may have in the background when speaking. We'll take the first caller.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle R., you're now unmuted. You may begin. Your 1 minute.
Former Mayor Pat Fury, tonight we wish you a final fuck off. You've disgraced the city and our community by enabling and shamelessly praising an unaccountable police force that's so crooked and rogue they're currently under investigation for hate crimes by the DA, who's had to step in to do your job because you've refused. As a former cop and fervent cop apologist, you've approved needless police spending, further militarizing this criminally violent department, and continuously increased their funding without question. Your shameful legacy will forever be marred by your silence and inaction in the face of community calls and cries for justice, as you willfully allowed for unmitigated murder by cops while impeding justice and ignoring glaring and appalling truths about your city's corrupted police force. You don't represent community interests and have failed to meet this moment and global reckoning of social and racial justice by shirking responsibility and deeming the BIPOC community disposable. As the former face of white supremacy for this council,
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Sarah B., you're now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hi, I'm calling to remind City Council members that it has been 3 years, 7 months, and 8 days since Torrance Police Department shot and killed an unarmed 23-year-old man. He was killed without due process or an investigation or a trial by jury. Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon were the ones that shot him, and were later part of the racist, homophobic, anti-Semitic texting thread between 30 Torrance police officers. They should all be fired. In the meantime, they're not heroes, and I will definitely not be showing up at National Night Out since you and the police department has continuously shown that you don't care about the community as much as you say you do. You need to set up an independent civilian oversight committee. The police chief's advisory committee doesn't count. Your excuse to not make one does not count. It is not Senate Bill 2, is not civilian oversight. Using state oversight is a common pitfall cities have, and that pitfall has been slammed again and again by research on best police and oversight practices. Your decision to not even send a survey to residents without creating a...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Deborah O., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Currently, homeowners at Skyline Mobile Home Park and the owners of the park are in a 90-day rent increase moratorium while negotiating issues of rent increase, communication, and related park matters. We are disappointed, the homeowners, that we have not been involved in any meetings at this point. Without both parties at the table, there will not be any real negotiations. We understand that contact between the city and the representatives of the owner has been made, with more scheduled, but without representation from the homeowners. 90 days is ticking away. We must be involved in these meetings, and the time to do that is now. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on, that caller disconnected themselves. Mary Ann D., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
I'm calling to encourage the new members of this council to advocate for an independent civilian oversight commission to address the harms committed by the Torrance Police Department. Please note that the former council backed out of doing a simple survey of whether or not the citizens of Torrance think the idea is a valuable one. To speak to this body, Anthony Chavez
Matthew Foncannon, Brian Kawamoto have harassed, killed, and lied. All of this has been exposed. And I would think that at the very least this would be an embarrassment to you. And, of course, their actions are, in actuality, flatly egregious. They need to be fired. I hope that you would notice that they are not alone. Again, this is why an independent civilian oversight commission needs to be established. Provide the people a place to go for Torrance police accountability. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's life matters. So do
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Steve N., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Thank you very much. I'd like to congratulate the mayor and council on their election. This is Steve Norris. I'm president of the Arts Council of Torrance and also one of the designers on Sound of Music that's being done by the aerospace players in the auditorium, the Armstrong Theater. I just wanted to very much say, or give great thanks to Devin Osmond, the technical director, the new there, and he did a fantastic job, still doing a fantastic job as we close this weekend. Jack Miley, the stage manager, is just terrific. He did an excellent job, and I wanted the council to know that. Nova Nobliski, the sound, he did a great job, and I think if you come and see the show, I think you'll see it. And Tim Edmondson on rail did phenomenal. Desmond also helped out with the light design and other things. He's just terrific. I just wanted to let everybody know that the
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Barbara B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
I'm a homeowner at Skyline. We're at least 60 days into the 90-day rent increase moratorium. I believe during that time we were to be negotiating with the park ownership regarding our concerns and issues. To date, we have not been contacted by either the park owner, the owner's reps, or anyone from the management company, and are unable to contact any of them directly. We're aware, however, that the owner's reps have contacted city personnel multiple times during the past months. The lack of communication and the fact that the homeowners have been shut out from these discussions is disturbing. How can any negotiations take place when the people whose livelihoods will be affected are not part of the discussions? Please enact an RSO. Thank you.
Moving on to the next caller. Arthur S., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Good evening, City Council. First, I urge the city to join with the City of Beverly Hills and refuse to enforce any possible further health mandates from the LA County Board of Supervisors or the Department of Health. They don't have the authority nor the science to keep imposing these ridiculous mask or otherwise health mandates. For the record, the City of Torrance, we are a welcome and well-rounded community, and I am glad to hear that there are fewer and fewer hate groups and outsiders defaming the city. It's time for the City Council to open the meetings back to the public. It is time to allow the citizenry to petition their government for a redress of grievances. No more virtual meetings, please. Last of all, I hope that the City Council can take any steps to help the Skyline homeowners. Times are tough, housing issues are so pressing, and we all know that Sacramento has not been assisting us. And once again, congratulations to the new City Council members.
Moving on to the next caller. Julia R., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hi, I would like to continue to encourage the new City Council to create a civilian oversight commission. Currently, you have no oversight to your Torrance Police Department. It is, we have seen over the years, of the last 3 years, that there have been multiple hate crimes based from your police department. We have evidence of 30% of your police officers are indicted in a crime of having drawn swastikas and other hate speech and being seen as showing racist imagery via email. You really, really, really need to have a civilian oversight commission, given that there is no motion by any of the previous members of this council to fire these officers. I also encourage you to fire the officers who kill Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. His life mattered, and it was without any sort of...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hello, everyone. I was going to talk about this city resolution about Pat Furry, and I would like to point out I'm disappointed because you guys did not read all the accomplishments of Pat Furry, but thank God you did not read it because there is a few lies in the thing, in that resolution, like Pat Furry has anything to do with honesty, integrity, or transparency, or sincerity. He was a liar. He was stepping on everybody's rights, especially mine. He was hating people like me. But anyway, let's go to his accomplishments. Destroying the Treasury Department, bringing in McCormick, his buddies, who contributed his illegal campaign funds, and after getting rid of McCormick and bringing in...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Raphael H., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hello, Mayor Chen and council members. Please join the City of Beverly Hills and say no to any further mandate. I have a relative in Korea. Despite of her constantly masking and getting booster shots, they still got the COVID. We cannot do the same thing all over again, expecting different results. Not only that, this mask mandate is violating everyone's religious rights, and we cannot force everyone to do something that is contrary to their belief. So please listen to our plea and do not enforce the mandate in the city of Torrance. Thank you.
Moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Chen and our newly elected council and returning members. Congratulations. I echo Arthur Schlapper's comments about the meetings and stuff. And I do want to say I'm sorry for my disjointed call last time. My timer went off of my phone. I do want to say that Mr. Cowboy was armed. He had a sawed-off, some type of sawed-off air rifle in between his legs, and he kept reaching down for it. So let's stop that lie, Black Lives Matter, or Black Lying Marxists. Our PD deserves to go home safe. I firmly support them. They are people just like you and I, and they deserve to go home. Mama Haynes, you must have gone to the same parenting class as that 16-year-old in New York, because let me tell you, he's heading for jail.
Your Honor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. And Your Honor, at this time, there are no other callers wishing to speak under Oral Communications number 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to item 8 of the consent calendar. Do any members wish to pull any items listed on the consent calendar? I don't see any, so I will pull item 8 Charlie from this consent calendar and take a motion to approve the others, and then we'll address that separately.
Motion to approve the consent calendars, item 8A, 8B, and 8D.
Second.
Start voting, please.
I approve.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you very much. Since I'm the one that pulled item 8 Charlie, I'm just going to give our newly elected treasurer, Mr. Tim Goodrich, a moment to speak.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and council members. Just wanted to provide a brief update from the City Treasurer's Office. In the last couple of weeks since our last meeting, we've had a number of meetings with staff members where we've made some exciting progress I'd like to share with you. First, regarding the Investment Advisory Committee reporting and the reports that are contained in that. We've identified an improvement to that to make some of the numbers a little bit more clear to the public, so you can look forward to that in the future. We've also started exploring investment strategies to maximize returns given the changing economic environment and pending interest rate increases. By the way, in the event that anybody from the public didn't know, the treasurer is responsible for the short-term investments and cash flow, and that returns the city about $1.2 million annually in investment returns. So with a little luck, hopefully we can increase that. But most exciting news of all, regarding the Deputy City Treasurer position. This is a position that's been vacant since November of 2018, so nearly 4 years now. I worked with staff to review the class specification, and now the position has been approved by the Civil Service Committee for posting starting tomorrow. So we are hiring for this position. We will be reviewing the first round of applications August 16th of 2022. So if anybody is interested or anybody knows anybody who may be interested in applying for the City of Torrance Deputy City Treasurer position, you may find more information at www.torranceca.gov/jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goodrich. I'll take a motion to approve item 8, Charlie.
So moved.
Start voting, please.
I approve.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to Section 9, Administrative Matters. Item 9A, City Clerk discuss and provide direction to City Clerk on filing unexpired District 2 term of Councilman George Chen. Expenditure none.
Your Honor, this item is brought to your honorable body to discuss and provide direction to the city clerk on how you would like to proceed with filling the unexpired term of your former council seat. Under Torrance City Charter, Section 603, any vacancies occurring in any of the elected offices provided for in the charter, with the exception of members of the school board, shall be filled by appointment by the city council. Torrance City Charter, Section 603B states that in the event of the city council failing to fill a vacancy by appointment within 60 days after such vacancy occurs, the city council must immediately, after the expiration of said 60 days, cause an election to be held to fill such a vacancy. The 60 days begins the day after the installation to the new office, and the expiration of the 60 days is September 10th. The last city council meeting scheduled before that date would be August 23rd, so that would be the last date you could call for an election. However, it has been the history of the Torrance City Council to appoint to this office. You can do it two ways. You could do appointment based strictly on nominations from the city council, or you can direct the city clerk to solicit applications for appointment by the city council via nominations and voting on those who have applied. Or upon the expiration of 60 days, call a special election. If your honorable body chooses to solicit applications, I'm sorry, let me take my mask off. I feel it's hindering me. If your honorable body chooses to solicit applications, the prior practice has been to advertise by way of written notice in the Daily Breeze, post on our website, make announcements at city council meetings, and notify community organizations. Previously, the City Council has requested that persons wishing to be considered for appointment complete an application form, supplemental questionnaire, and submit them to the City Clerk's office. Information received by a given deadline would then be provided to the City Council at a regular City Council meeting. The suggested dates are suggested at City Council. Direction is to solicit application. Website posting and emailed notices to public groups would occur tomorrow. Daily Breeze publication would occur Friday, July 29th or Saturday, July 30th. Applications and supplemental questionnaire will be available in person in the City Clerk's office, online, or via email beginning tomorrow, July 27th. Deadline for receipt of the completed applications via in-person, email, or US mail, postmarks not accepted, would be Thursday, August 11th by 5 p.m., and council action to appoint would take place Tuesday, August 23rd. The interim appointment would be from the date of the appointment to the installation of an elected successor after the March 5th, 2024 election. Again, if the city council fails to make an appointment by Tuesday, August 23rd, a special election must be called to fill the vacancy. I did contact the Los Angeles County Register Recorder County Clerk for an estimate on how much a special election would cost, and they advised me that because they were backlogged with a potential recount and checking signatures for a recall petition, that they were unable to provide me a quote until 2 weeks after my requested date. And so I do not have that quote for you tonight. And I request your honorable body to give direction for the use of application process or an alternative method. If the application process is preferred, the meeting prior to the end of the date, again, is August 23rd, and there is sufficient time to allow for the maximum time for interested parties to submit applications. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you. We have a comment from Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question. Do we have the ability to do a mail-in only? I know we've discussed this in the past, but.
No, you do not. The city attorney brought forth an ordinance. This is in your supplemental. The city attorney had brought forth an ordinance at the city council meeting of April 21st, 2020 to allow the city of Torrance to conduct all mail ballots, and the city council did not choose to adopt that ordinance.
And now, what other options are there, let's say, time-wise, if we were to, let's say we want to wait for the county to come back with a price or a quote, are we able to do a special meeting just for the appointment prior to the 60-day expiration?
You could call an additional council meeting, yes.
Okay. It would be nice to make a decision with all the data, but I'm sure it's not going to be cheap either way. I don't know if anybody else has any comments.
Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was the one that made the request, and the city clerk responded on my question and supplemental about the mail-in. I would like to revisit that. We have a new council, a new mayor, and it might be worthwhile to revisit along with an estimate of what a mail-in election would cost if we were required to get to that point. My preference, obviously, well, not obviously, but my preference would be that we do it via appointment as we have in the past. But obviously, I think we need to make sure we have our contingencies covered. And my guess is, based on previous discussions on costs of elections run by the county, that they'll be very, very cost prohibitive. And so I would like to have at least some idea of what a city-run mail-in option would be, and potentially bring back the discussion about doing a mail-in election if in case we need to do a special election. I just think those are prudent things that we should have at our option if we need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions by the council? Let's open it up to the public comments. Oh.
Mayor, there are no members of the public that would like to speak on item 9A. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll bring it back. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to know if we go with waiting for the code, do we have any special date in mind when we're going to have this special election be held?
The county was unable to provide me a date at this time. It would be either November or December. However, because again, they're backlogged with the recall petitions right now, he said probably it wouldn't happen. They may call an election in January, and they said we could potentially consolidate at that election, but that would not be an all-mail ballot. That would be a consolidation election with vote center.
Thank you.
Okay. How would the council like to proceed? Oh, Councilman Matucci.
You asked the question. I think because of the time crunch and not having all the numbers from the county, I really do think that we should go. I'm leaning towards going for appointment. Council appointment. Did we have a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we do proceed with the appointment process as outlined by the city clerk in the agenda item, but I would also like to add that we explore the options for mail-in costs and a rediscussion of the possibility of having our council support an all mail-in, especially election should that need arise.
I would second that, please.
Start voting, please.
I approve.
I just want to do a quick, go ahead.
Oh, that motion carried unanimously.
I just want to do a quick clarification. There's actually 2 line items here that the clerk presented as for appointment. The first one was appointment for nomination from the city council. The second one was solicitation of applications for the appointment from the council.
My desire would be to solicit applications for appointment.
Got it. Thank you. I just want to make sure that was clarified.
Yeah, thank you.
With the supplemental questions or just application?
Yeah, the supplement, yeah, more information the better.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Go to 9, Baker. City manager and city attorney adopt resolution authorizing virtual city council, commission, committee, board, and other city bodies meeting under AB 361. Staff?
Yes, Your Honor. Patrick Sullivan from the City Attorney's Office. 9B is the item that we bring forward that allows the council to consider whether to adopt a resolution under AB 361 to authorize virtual or teleconference city council, commission, and board meetings. AB 361 requires the council to adopt resolutions every 30 days to continue meeting in a virtual format, or some people refer to it as a hybrid format. The last time the council did this was on June 28th, 2022. During that meeting at the end, Councilman Walzer, concurring with comments made by Councilman Griffiths, asked the staff to look at bringing the commissions back to in-person meetings. That is covered in supplemental number 1 to 9B. In that supplemental, staff had recommended coming back in September 2022 for the commissions to transition. If the council wants to come back earlier than that for the commissions, we would just ask that at least planning and possibly environmental quality and energy conservation commissions be allowed to come to their second meetings in August, because they have already advertised or in the process of advertising their hearings for the first meeting. Additionally, we also addressed in the first one, there may be some commissioners that have health or medical conditions that staff may need to accommodate, so we may need time to go through that process. City Council can adopt this resolution and then give direction to staff about when it would like to return to in-person meetings, both for the council and the commissions and boards. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or comments from the council? Councilman Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I've been voting on this item for many months now, requesting that we move back to public meetings, both for our commissions and now, as of the last meeting, I requested that we move back for our council meetings as well, and I still feel that way. As far as the commissions, I appreciate the supplemental, and I would request that, with council concurrence, that we move the commission meetings at the first available time that hasn't already been advertised, to bring them back to public. And I also support bringing back our council meetings to public. Again, obviously subject to how my colleagues feel on that. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more comments and questions from the council? Councilwoman Kalani.
Yes, I just want to clarify, please, Mr. Sullivan, that if we do come back and should there be any health concerns moving forward, that we can always move back into closed chambers.
Correct. If, since the state and the county are still under a state of emergency, which is one of the requirements that, as you can see in the reso, that requires them to meet in person, meet safely in person, or that there's recommendation to social distance, or there's risk to the health and safety of those people attending, the council could choose, after adopting this reso, to proceed back into a virtual or teleconference format.
Thank you.
If we don't have any further questions from the council, we'll open up to the public.
I'll patch the first caller through, Your Honor. Arthur S., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hello again, Torrance City Council. This is Arthur Schopper. First of all, I strongly concur with what Councilman Griffiths has shared. The commission meetings should all be restored to public and in-person participation along with the city council meetings. First Amendment is all about allowing for a petition of redress of grievances, and I think that is best when individuals can come in public. We should stop allowing local government to be bullied and limited by this extensive, health emergency. Second of all, I also would encourage the city council to look at what other councils have done. Downey, California, for example, allows people to call in or to write in comments that can be read into the record. If there are individuals who are physically incapable of attending a meeting but still want to be heard, they should be allowed to call in. I think that a way to allow them to do that would be appropriate as well. I certainly...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hello, everyone. Again, I urge you to make this resolution so that people can come back in person. If you can have block parties and hug each other, celebrate each other, touch each other, kiss each other, then why is it a problem if people would go in there with a mask on? We did go back already, except Pat Furry used this for a reason to get rid of the people who were coughing. But they were coughing because they were protesting. Pat Furry was so dumb, he doesn't know a real cough from a protest cough. And now, BLM 1, we cannot go in there in person, and you have these excuses. But you mingle with each other in public all the...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on to the next caller. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Thank you very much. This kind of goes to my complaint that I just talked to the girl on the phone with. I am in favor of the in-person meetings. You guys can make up new rules for people who don't comply when their time is up and they don't want to leave. You can take names, check IDs at the door, and just not let them in if they, fail to comply. Also, we can provide, the tests are available, so why can't we require a negative test before people come in the chambers if people are worried about that? Also, being there in person, you can come up after, council members speak, and, this phone business is difficult because we want to comment after you comment, but when we can't call in quick enough. So, that's what I have to say about that. And like I said,
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up, and there appear to be no other callers for item 9B. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Oh, no.
All right, let's bring this back up to here. City Council, do we have anyone want to take action? Before I say that, City Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2022-78, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, to implement teleconferencing requirements during a proclaimed state of emergency for all City Council, Committee, Commission, Board, and other city meetings pursuant to Assembly Bill 361.
I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to approve the resolution, and I'm sorry I missed the number, 2022-78.
78.
And reinstate our meetings both for commissions and city council, welcoming our public back at the earliest possible convenience.
I second that.
Start voting, please. Still not working.
I approve.
Thank you. Your Honor, that resolution was adopted unanimously.
Thank you. Let's move on to item 9, Charlie. Public Works, adopt resolution approving program supplement and appropriate funds to Anza Avenue Rehabilitation I-144. Expenditure none. Have a staff report?
Yes, good evening. Shin Furukawa from Public Works. Item 9C is a recommendation to adopt a resolution approving the program supplement agreement with Caltrans for the Anza Avenue Rehabilitation I-144 and to appropriate surface transportation program local funds in the amount of $2,247,000 to the I-144 project. A resolution approving a program supplement agreement with Caltrans is required whenever an agency will be utilizing federal aid grant funds. The program supplement is a project-specific supplement to the city's master agreement with Caltrans executed in 2016 and formalizes the requirements for reporting, invoicing, and other administrative tasks for the specific project. Executing the program supplement will allow the city to utilize $2.247 million in federal funds for the project. The I-144 project involves 1.6 miles of pavement rehabilitation on Anza Avenue from Del Amo Boulevard to Sepulveda Boulevard. The project is currently completing design and is anticipated to go out to public bid towards the end of this calendar year. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or clarifications from the council? I don't see any. Let's take it to the public.
Thank you, Your Honor. Torrance Patriot, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hi, again. I just want to say that this is a long time coming. Anza's really tore up, and the potholes are horrible, especially in the winter. So thank you for doing that. Okay, bye-bye.
And Your Honor, it appears that there is another caller coming in. If you could please stand by for 1 moment. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy. We got some money, and you can make some.
Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Oh, hello, everyone. I'm very happy. Got some money, and you can make some.
Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Oh, hello, everyone. This is great. So that shows why we should be there in person. Great, great. Love it. I love this. Great communication. Lovely.
Mute on.
We're still listening.
We should keep this up. Lovely.
Your Honor, that caller was disconnected because his 1 minute was up, and that concludes the callers for item 9C. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take it back up here. There's the council. All right, let's take a number and title, please, from City Clerk.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-79. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the mayor and the city clerk to execute and attest to program supplement agreement number F018 to administering agency state agreement for federal aid projects number 07-5249F15 with the state of California.
Move to adopt resolution number 2022-79.
Second.
I approve.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Let's go on to item 9D as in Delta. Public Works. Approve categoric exemption under California Environmental Quality Act and award Public Works agreement for miscellaneous water main replacement. I-153-405 North High School neighborhood expenditure not to exceed $3,481,261. You have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor, Honorable Council. My name is John Dettel with the Public Works Department. This item, as you had mentioned, is to approve the miscellaneous water main replacements 405 North High School neighborhood as categorically exempt from environmental review per section 15301B and 15301C of CEQA. Approve the plans and specifications for the miscellaneous water main replacements I-153 405 North High School neighborhood, and award a Public Works agreement to Dominguez General Engineering, Inc. of Pomona, California, in the amount not to exceed $3,107,510, and authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $310,751 to construct the miscellaneous water main replacements I-153 405 North High School neighborhood for a 2-year period beginning July 26, 2022 and ending July 25, 2024. This is part of our annual water main replacement program to replace old and aging cast iron pipes with ductile iron pipes, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the City Council here? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I think for the residents in the first district, I have fielded questions about the water lines, so I'm happy that this is coming online. So, and thank you again for the presentation in the Public Works Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? I don't see any. Let's go to the public.
Your Honor, it does not appear any member of the public would like to be heard on item 9D. Thank you.
All right, then I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the Public Works Director.
So move.
Second.
Councilman Kaji made the move, and Councilman Tucci second.
Start voting, please.
I approve.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, over to item 9E as in Echo. City Manager, adopt resolution approving and establishing citywide governance by district elected policy. Expenditure, none. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, hi. Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, Lindsay Kane, City Manager's Office. Item 9E is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution approving and establishing a citywide governance by district elected policy. On July 12, 2022, to solidify the principles of unified governing, Mayor George K. Chen requested that staff bring back the resolution to reconfirm the citywide governance by district elected policy. This resolves that City Council will govern on an at-large basis, considering the needs and interests of the entire community. The City Council wishes to remain united in its service to the community. Any member of the City Council will help anyone in the community who calls or contacts them, and customer service is a priority. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. I see a question from Councilman Griffith here.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Kane, for your item. The question I have for staff is that many cities who are districted have district-based town council meetings, typically led by the council member elected for that district. Would doing town halls similar to other cities that are districted go against the spirit of this resolution?
But Adam Chapman, City Manager, Councilman, that's an option that we can implement as a means of community engagement.
I think it's
Specific to district as council members wish.
personally, I would like to see that happen with no restrictions on who can attend. It doesn't necessarily have to be restricted to people in the districts, but I think having the option for more public outreach by our council, I think, is a positive step that would be beneficial for our community.
We can work with you individually to arrange those. We just have to be mindful of Brown Act issues as far as attendance by the rest of the honorable body, but it's something that we can definitely follow up on.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. It's more of a comment that with the help of staff, we've done a couple of those in District 4 and they went very well.
Any more comments from the council? I personally think that's a great idea. And Lindsay, is this your first report to the city council as an intern?
It is, yeah.
Well, great job.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, let's open this to the public.
Thank you, Your Honor. It does not appear any member of the public would like to be heard on item 9E. Thank you.
City Clerk, when we have a number entitled, please, I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of City Manager and adopt Resolution 2022-800.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-80, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving and establishing a citywide governance policy, citywide governance by district elected policy.
Motion to adopt resolution number 2022-80.
Second.
Start voting, please.
I approve.
Thank you.
Okay,
Council-
we'll go to item 9F.
Councilmember Take
Whoops.
hasn't voted yet. We're waiting for your vote, sir. Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll go on to item 9F, as in Foxtrot. City Manager approves side letter agreement between engineers, Torrance Fiscal Employee Association, and management for Senior Lead Public Works Inspector Premium. Expenditure none. Got a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9F is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve a side letter agreement between engineers, Torrance Fiscal Employees Association, and management, modifying the Senior Lead Public Works Inspector Premium. I'd like to note that the supplemental had a Scrivener's error and inadvertently addressed the item to Employee Relations and Public Safety Committee instead of your honorable body. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the City Council have any questions? Don't see any. Let's go to the public.
Your Honor, there are no members of the public that would like to be heard on item 9F. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the council. I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of the city manager and approve the side letter agreement between engineers, Torrance Fiscal Employee Association Management for Senior Lead Public Work Inspector Premium.
I make a motion to approve side letter agreement between engineers, Torrance Fiscal Employee Association, and management for Senior Lead Public Works Inspector.
Second.
Start voting, please.
I approve.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Let's go to item 9G as in 9 Golf. Transit. Approve contract services agreement for Torrance Community Transit Program. Expenditure not to exceed $850,000 annually. General fund. Staff report?
Good evening.
Non-general fund.
Good evening, Mayor Chen, members of the council. James Lee with the Transit Department. The item before is requesting your honorable body approve a contract with Administrative Services Cooperative of Gardena, California for the operation of the Torrance Community Transit Program for the remainder of fiscal year 2023. The Torrance Community Transit Program, or the TCTP, provides specialized transportation service to approximately 2,500 senior and disabled residents who reside in Torrance. Staff conducted a request for a proposal earlier this year, and we invited taxi companies, transportation providers, and transportation network companies such as Uber and Lyft to participate in this. At the pre-proposal, 5 of them were in attendance and voiced an interest, but when the proposals were submitted, only 2 were received. An evaluation panel consisting of transit staff, CIT, and members of the Beach Cities Transportation Network as guests evaluated the results and determined that Administrative Services Co-op to be the highest scoring proposer. Attachment A of this item is a copy of the agreement for a not to exceed amount of $850,000 and a term of August 1st, 2022 to July 31st of 2023. Staff has been monitoring the program closely for the last 3 years, and COVID has had an impact upon the ridership. It has declined. It did pick up significantly last fall and was progressively or steadily increasing every month until last month. And we believe that with the rising numbers, some of our seniors and disabled residents have opted to scale back their travels. So the annual operating budget is normally about 1.3. We're only recommending $850,000 at this time, and staff is setting aside the remaining funds to work on a special transportation pilot that will be unveiling later this year. And staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for staff from the council? I don't see any. Let's go to the public.
There are no members of the public that would like to be heard on item 9G. Thank you, Your Honor.
Super. I'll take the motion to concur with the recommendation of Transit Director to approve a contract service agreement with the Torrance Community Transit Program.
I move to concur with staff recommendation on this important program for our residents. Thanks.
I second.
Start voting, please.
I approve.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we go on to item 9H. City Manager adopt resolution modifying wages, hours, and working conditions for fire safety management. Expenditure none. Do we have a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. Item 9H is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council adopt a resolution amending Resolution Number 2019-84, modifying the wages, hours, and working conditions for fire safety management, which removes the holiday pay bank accrual formula and updates the holiday pay bank accrual to 11.2 hours for each holiday. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff from the council? I don't see any. Let's go to the public.
And there are no members of the public that like to be heard on agenda item 9H, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. City Clerk, may we have a number entitled, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2022-81, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending resolution number 2019-84, setting forth changes regarding the hours, wages, and working conditions for fire safety management, effective January 1, 2015.
Motion to adopt resolution number 2022-81.
Second, Kaji.
Start voting, please. Councilmember.
I approve.
Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Mayor Chen, if I may, Adam Torrance, City Manager, if we could have a momentary recess to reset the system so that Councilman Kaji can join us during the hearings.
Great
as far as
idea.
voting. Thank you.
Great ideas. Let's take a 15-minute recess. Thank you. We're back in from recess, and I believe we're all fully electrically operational. Pursuant to Assembly Bill 361, the City Council and staff may participate in this meeting in person or by teleconference or other electronic means. In order to protect public, the City Council and staff in the City Council chamber is closed to the public in the interest of maintaining appropriate social distancing in order to reduce the risk of spreading COVID-19. The hybrid model of City Council meetings will allow the community to participate from the safety and comfort of their homes. It is important to us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of council meetings you wish to comment on. Thank you for those of you who met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record. City Clerk, have emails received for 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. Now we'll continue to public hearings. Item 10A as an alpha, finance. Conduct public hearing and adopt resolution authorizing and directing Los Angeles County Assessor to include delinquent solid waste and sewer discharge fees as a special assessment. Expenditure none. Staff report?
Staff does not have a formal PowerPoint presentation, but would like to make some brief remarks to provide background and explain the process conducted in advance of this public hearing.
All right. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Pham.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the Council. Joe Pham with the Finance Department. Item 10A is the recommendation of the Finance Director that your honorable body conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to place delinquent solid waste and sewer discharge collection fees as a special assessment on the County Assessor's roll. For background, throughout the year, the city has a routine collection process of sending notices and charging late fees on outstanding accounts. Beginning in 2011, the city enhanced this program by adopting Ordinance 3745, which allowed the city to place account balances greater than 60 days on hold on the county tax rolls to be collected with all property tax payments. In June 2013, the program was further expanded by adopting Ordinance 3764 to include the delinquent sewer charges. This method of collection has proven to be very effective for the city at recapturing revenue. Since fiscal year 2017-18, the city has recovered approximately $194,091, or 95% of balances due through this program. Before tonight's public hearing, the individual property owners are individually notified by letter, which includes the details on the balance owed and the public hearing to take place, along with the public notice in the Daily Breeze. Residents have until Wednesday, September 14th to pay the outstanding account balance and can call Minol, the city's utility billing vendor, at 855-354-5623 to make payment over the phone. Staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pham. Does the council have any questions for staff at this moment? I don't see any. Let's now go to the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. Any members of the public who would like to speak on this matter, please call the public comment hotline now at area code 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order 6.4E as an echo provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. If you are not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell if you are speaking on topic, you will get a warning to stay on topic. If you do not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic again, you forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and 6.7 B3 and B4. Call center, do we have any members of the public who wish to be heard?
Thank you, Your Honor. Pork Chop, you are now unmuted. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to hear these items because I think if you poop, you should pay for the sewer fee. So, and I just can't believe people don't pay their bills, you know. But I think this should go to the water bill also, what the city collects, I guess. So I don't know why is it not connected. But this is a very good idea. Rake those money in. If people poop, they should pay, you know. So I pay my bills all the time. I poop and I pay the bills. I take a shower or I drink water. I pay my water bills and everything. So great idea. You have my approval. Thank you very much. I yield my time. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
And, Your Honor, that appears to conclude the members of the public that would like to be heard on Agenda Item 10A. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no one else who wishes to be heard, I'll take a motion to close public hearing.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Does council wish to take action? May I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2022-82, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing and directing the Los Angeles County Assessor to include delinquent solid waste and sewer discharge fees as a special assessment to be collected at the same time and in the same manner as county taxes.
I'll move to adopt Resolution 2022-82 and concur with staff recommendation.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we'll go to item 10B as in Baker. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10 Baker. Conduct a public hearing on resolution of impasse with the Torrance Municipal Employee, ASME Local 117. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jamie Lay, City Manager's Office. In October of 2020, City Council gave staff authority to meet and confer with Torrance Municipal Employees, AFSCME Local 1117, regarding bus operators. Those employees require 1 year experience and are full-time. Relief bus operators, who require 6 months experience and work part-time, 20 to 35 hours a week, as needed with varying schedule and routes. And apprentice relief bus operators who, with no experience but go through training, then work as needed, 20 to 35 hours per week with varying schedule and routes. For this presentation, moving forward, I will refer to Torrance Municipal Employees as AFSCME. Prior to negotiations in 2020, the Transit Department performed a survey of municipal transit agencies and transit authorities to determine common practice for audio-visual recording on buses in an effort to improve the safety of passengers and our operators and resolve complaints from riders. The survey revealed that it was common practice among transit agencies to have both video and audio. The department entered negotiations to include expanding the camera view of digital video recordings and adding audio on buses. AFSCME and the city have made a lot of great progress in our negotiations and have been able to reach agreements on several items. However, in terms of wages, expanding the camera view and adding audio, we've exhausted the meet and confer process, mediation, and are now before your honorable body for resolution. AFSCME's consistent demands for high percent increases for apprentice relief bus operators, and bus operators do not make financial or operational sense for the city. As noted in the item, the city issued the last best and final offer on February 13th, 2022. The city offered 8% for bus operators and relief bus operators and 20% for apprentice bus operators. The 20% increase for apprentice relief bus operators is to allow the department to recruit and retain entry-level, no experience required positions. It would also allow the transit department to compete with several agencies to bring in trainee-level bus operators. I should note, as identified in the item, the department does not have direct budget for apprentice relief bus operators. The positions are an underfill for vacant bus operators and relief bus operators. There is sufficient funding available in the Transit Enterprise Fund for the 8% increases for bus operators and relief bus operators. Because the Transit Department is an enterprise fund and funding is directly related to the miles driven and service they provide, if the department is unable to hire bus operators, service will be cut, which in return reduces funding. Using January 2020, pre-COVID, as a baseline, the Transit Department has already had to reduce service by 40 to 45%. Because they have not been able to hire operators. As a result, they are currently operating daily on a reduced, modified schedule. Secondly, AFSCME does not want to agree to the expanded camera view or audio due to potential disciplinary action from information viewed on camera or heard on the audio. The city stands firm on audio and expanded camera view, as they are valuable for several reasons, including identifying information needed to determine liability for altercations, accidents, or injuries that occur on the buses, and video or audio recordings that are requested from law enforcement for potential crimes, or attorneys for city and workers' compensation or other liability cases. These tools will be beneficial for the safety of both our operators and our riders. This footage is not going to be monitored in real time and reviewed only under certain conditions: accidents, complaints, requests from the law enforcement, legal, or supervisory management observation. Torrance transit buses are a public space. Both operators and riders are in plain view on a bus. People on the outside of a bus can see them. People on the inside of a bus can also see them. As we have seen on the news and on the internet, patrons have cell phone cameras. Privacy is not an expectation when driving a city bus. With the expanded camera view and audio, a safety event review board will be created to listen to appeals after it is determined by the transit training and safety coordinator that a preventable accident occurred. The members of the team will include the facilitator, a dispatch supervisor, senior transit mechanic, transit equipment attendant, and bus operator, and alternate. The employee will appeal to the board, which will discuss and review the facts and make a determination. As I mentioned earlier, we have exhausted all methods of resolution and are before your honorable body to recommend imposing the last best and final offer on Torrance Municipal Employees AFSCME Local 1117 so that the department can finally recruit operators at market rate and reinstate lines that have been on hiatus. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Jamie. Does council have any questions for staff at this time? I see Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to disclose that I had a briefing with our staff on this matter, and then I went ahead and had a meeting with the representative of AFSCME 1117. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council? All right. Thank you. Is there a presentation from AFSCME?
Yes, Your Honor, let me set that up.
And Jamie, if you could let me know when the presentation is up, I will unmute Mr. Adams.
The
Hello, can you hear
presentation.
me?
Yes, Bob.
Mr. Adams.
Oh,
Mr. Adams, if you could wait one moment while Jamie Lay pulls up your presentation, that would be great, please. Thank you.
My apologies.
call center, the presentation is up.
Mr. Adams, your presentation is up and you may begin.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, congratulations for those who were elected and re-elected. My name is Bob Adams, business representative with AFSCME District Council 36 and the business rep for AFSCME 1117 and the bus operators. I just want to put a little more context to what Jamie had just reported. First of all, we are in an industry-wide bus driver shortage. As such, we are in competition with the surrounding jurisdictions around us to meet demand. Driver assaults have risen, as well as passengers with mental health issues. Drivers do not feel protected, appreciated, or supported by the transit management. In Torrance, our staffing is at a crisis level. That is causing compromise to the public service. Drivers are leaving, and we are not able to bring drivers in to replace them. The trajectory of the department will fail unless we aggressively act now in order to resolve the problem. Just wanted to mention as well that these are enterprise funds, as you know, and these aren't general funds, and that for dealing with this crisis, this is something that could be used for what we're asking for and should be used for. We have a duty to. If we can go on the first slide. Just to put some context around the video and the audio discussion, the city had mentioned that they did surveys and whatnot. So from my recollection, and it may even been brought up by the city in the last negotiation, but I've been here since 2012, and this issue was brought forward by the city. The city has been trying to bring these issues forward for the last several years. As far as the audio and video, this is not something out of the box that they just did a survey and just came up with. So again, why the urgency now? Why, instead of dealing with the crisis as it is, just offer what the financial package should be in order to go forward? But no, they wanted to basically get certain things in place and offer us 1% for a very long time. And but it's absolutely not for bus operator safety. From the union's perspective, transit has had a deep history of abusing the disciplinary process, accident reviews, and even the workers' comp process that goes to the top of the department. And this is not just my feelings. This is very becoming of the 57-2 vote rejecting this proposal from our bus operators. And then from the meetings that we had, they expressed their lack of trust in the management. And actually, this has actually been a fact that has interfered with a lot of our negotiations because we have this distrust going on. And again, this is nothing new. The transit representatives are aware of this because, you know, we discuss it with them all the time. If you go to the next slide, I'm sorry. Why the camera over the steering wheel? You know, the camera provides adequate, coverage to deal with what we're talking about. You know, we've been dealing with the cameras for a number of years now, and it has been used in a way that the city has described. Next one. There has been agreement, and these are the areas of agreement that we had talked about, which was the Safety Review Board, which was formerly the Accident Review Board, and then the fob and sign-in replacement and the vehicle condition report. Next slide. One important point I wanted to mention is that the ARBO proposal is really a non-factor in this. If the ARBO, the apprentice program, is only good if your base pay for the bus operator is competitive. So we're going to have the same problems, basically, of what we have with the water department, where you go in here, you say, thank you for giving me the training, thank you for giving me the certifications that I need for a Class B. Now I'm going to sell myself to the highest bidder. And that is what's been happening. Over the years, the ARBO program has failed. And I believe at this time, in the last 3 years, we have one person, and I could be wrong, maybe there's two, that has advanced from ARBO to a BO. the boost, and actually, I'm sorry for the misspelling, in pay is not going to have the intended effect for recruitment and retention. Next slide. Now, this is an important slide I would like you to take a look at. So, this is our competitive world. So, you know, we're basically are in competition for the drivers in these jurisdictions in our area. All right? And you can look from the chart. So this is the top pay that we're talking about. You look at the bottom of the chart, 25.57 is what the transit bus operators, the highest that they can make right now. Okay? The proposed BO salary would be put them at 27.62. I put that in red. As you can look, we're still at the bottom of this food chain. Now we look at Metro because Metro's the big dog, and of course, you know, it's like, hey, we're Walmart and we're going to bury everybody else, and everybody else has to fight for the scraps. And so we are fighting for the scraps of this competition world. But look at where we're at. We're fighting for the scraps, and we're at the bottom of the pole, even with this. Now these figures were put in place in January when that was presented to the city. You know, you notice that Metro had went up to a 5-year contract that puts them at 4207 at their top pay there. The Big Blue Bus right now tonight actually there are contract proposals to give them a 4.5% increase and also a 3% increase for next year. In Gardena, I don't really know that figure because I think they were in negotiation. Next slide. So this just kind of gives you an idea of the, you know, I just kind of laid it out here. And again, you know, our position is that the ARBO proposal, because it's put in there like, oh, we're giving you 20%, it's a non-factor. We have one employee. And we don't believe that the goal is going to, any push towards that goal is going to net anything different. You know, we're committed, the city is committed to this system of an ARBO, but just like we decided with water, with the apprentice program, we have to decide that we have to do something different now. Okay, our ARBO and RBO, which are part-timers, we have to do something different now, or else our system is going to fail. Next slide. Just to give you an idea of the Metro contract, again, I understand this is the big dog, and please forgive on number 3, there's a typo. The starting rate for the part-time drivers, which would be equivalent to the RBOs and ARBOs, are both 27.87, not 34.25 as it says here. Okay, in 5 years, and it is they agreed to a 5-year deal, which is a 26.6 increase. All right. They also approved the American Rescue Plan Act bonus of $2,500, of which the city of Torrance has offered 0. The part-timers can be promoted within 90 days. So the reason why I put that in red, it speaks to the ARBO system, because the Metro has recognized that this part-time process is not working for them, and so if you're part-time, then they're gonna make you full-time if you want to become full-time. Because why? Because they need full-time drivers. For whatever reason, the city of Torrance, they don't recognize that, and they're not going after drivers that are experienced that can go forward and help us immediately. In conclusion, we are in crisis situation in transit. The next slide. We are in crisis situation in transit. We are dropping runs. Supervisors are driving, operators are leaving rapidly, and we are not able to hire to bring people in. The city's proposal will not fix this. We have to take care of the most important capital. That's human capital. That's labor. The system is crashing, and we are opening up. Right now we're opening up a beautiful transit center on Crenshaw with buses not rolling out because we don't have drivers. If we don't get a handle on this, funding will be affected, just like Jamie did say. I urge the city council to send the city back to the table. We can do better than this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does the council have any questions at this time? Okay, I don't see any. We'll now take the public comment. We'll take comments from the public right now. Each speaker will have 1 minute to speak. If members of the public would like to speak on this matter, please call the public comment hotline now at area code 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak on a second time on any item will be disconnected. If you're not speaking on topic, or if we cannot tell you are speaking on topic, you will be getting a warning to stay on topic. If you do not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic once again, you will forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on to the next caller, pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.9, 6.5, and Section 6.7, B3 and B4. Call center, do any members of the public wish to be heard?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will begin patching the calls in now. David I., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
I was told I would have 2 minutes, so I better hurry up. First of all, welcome to the new council, Chan, Haji, Sheikh. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Hello to the Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is David Inez. I'm the President representing AFSCME, Local 1117. Today I'm here to represent our hardworking transit operators who worked hard through the pandemic nonstop. Things are wearing thin. The morale is low. The temperature is high, the tempers. And we've seen this camera abused and abused time and time again. The transit department is having difficulties attracting and retaining quality employees. So we at TME urge you to insist that the city return to the negotiation table. We've been discussing this for years, and this sudden urgency doesn't seem to make any sense to us. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. And like I said, when you think of transit,
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 1 minute was up. Moving on to the next caller. Robert C., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hi, my name is Robert Castillo, and I'm one of the transit operators. First, I want to say welcome to all the new council members, Mr. George Chen. Just a quick overcap of what you guys have said. Wouldn't it benefit the city to pay competitive wages? As Jamie Lee pointed out, miles driven equal funding, correct? So why not pay competitive wages so we can have extra miles driven instead of losing drivers to other agencies like Metro? Just from what I know of, we have at least 7 or 8 of our current drivers that already have higher dates to go to Metro. We're rostered at, supposed to have 100 drivers. I don't even feel we have 70 as we speak right now. If we lose 10 more, what's that going to do for us? Cameras and audio, I don't see how that would really benefit us. I mean, I myself am a victim of retaliation from my own director itself. She likes to go around, harass, and bully. I mean, from as simple as wearing a rain jacket when it's raining, due to the department not offering us one. She wants to try to intimidate you into taking off your jacket when you're trying to protect yourself. This department, our morale is down. I mean,
Your Honor, that caller was disconnected because their 1 minute was up. Moving on to the next caller. Corey S., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Good evening, and hello, Honorable Mayor and City Councilman. As Robert and everyone preceding him were stating, we're in a deficit of employees right now. We're in a desperate and dire need to attract acceptable candidates for employment in the city transit department. I don't see how this will be possible when we can't meet the competitive rates that are being given to other agencies. The cameras and the mics are not necessary. We already have camera angles that provide all the information needed to see every event that occurs on the buses. In the past, it's been used for disciplinary actions and has been aggressively used against employees. It's unacceptable, and we need some changes to occur in the city of Torrance. We're supposed to be servants to all of the people who do work, who travel to and out of the city, and we're supposed to provide the best service possible.
Mayor, Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his 1 minute was up. Moving on to the next caller. Lazaro M., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hello, Council. I'm going to disregard all this new stuff. You welcome aboard. But 1 minute is not long enough to tell you everything I need to know. Torrance Transit Senior Management is very vindictive. Do not trust them. I'm a former longtime resident of Torrance and former chamber member when I owned my business. And also, was a victim on the bus, got hit in the head. If you would like to talk more with me, I've sent letters to council. You can read all the letters that I've sent. I would love to sit down and talk to you, but 1 minute is not long enough. I've seen my fellow bus operators get cut off, and I really would like to express myself and what's going on in Torrance Transit. Basically, that's it.
Moving on to the next caller. John W., you're now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Good evening, everybody. As a transit operator, just want to touch bases and say that our morale in the department is very low. We're in desperate need of drivers. We're like they say, we're dropping runs. We're not able to cover any runs. Our buses are full, packed, and people are passengers are upset, and they're gonna attack us because if the buses aren't showing up, who's the first person they see when that bus pulls up? It's us. And why is that? Because we don't have any drivers. Torrance Transit needs to change. They need to give us a raise, and they need to bring up the morale. It's called Torrance Transit Correctional Facilities in my.
Moving on to the next caller. Jessica B., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hi there, Council. I'd just like to say, as a person who gets to witness these Torrance operators firsthand, as them being my family, the operators are being paid a sad excuse of wages. It's almost embarrassing. It's a slap in the face for all they did during the pandemic. They were part of the city workers that didn't stop, along with fire, along with police. And their director, Kim, is possibly the worst person that you can have to have operating this whole department. Do better for them. Be better for them. Show them that Torrance does care, because at this point it doesn't seem like they do.
And Mayor, that appears to be the end of callers interested in speaking under public comment under 10B. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any comments from the council? Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the staff presentation and also for the presentation by ASME. I've in listening to the callers, I find it very troubling if, on a fiscal basis, the city is not competitive with other drivers. I am aware that we've had that countywide there's difficulty in finding drivers, especially when there's competition between the various bus lines. But I haven't, since I'm the newest member, I haven't had any chance beyond the staff presentation to get any deeper into the issue. I haven't had any discussions with the union or any of the workers on the line. But I do find it troubling if we're not competitive in wages. But secondarily, I'm also troubled by the expressed lack of trust and also a breakdown in operator morale. So I just want to express that publicly because in order for me to vote objectively, it is important that, at least for myself, I take in all points of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any comments from council members? All right, I don't see any. Staff, would you like to respond to ASME's presentation?
Mayor and City Council, Jamie Lay again with the City Manager's Office. As I mentioned earlier, we have exhausted all methods of resolution and are before your honorable body to recommend imposing the last, best, and final offer on AFSCME. We are aware of the labor market, but would like to reiterate, in order to receive more funding, we need to add more lines. In order to add more lines, we need to hire more operators. Imposing the last, best, and final offer will allow us to accomplish that. Thank you.
Thank you. ASME, would you like to respond to staff's presentation or response?
Just that hello?
Mr. Adams, you are unmuted for your 2-minute response.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Yes, I mean, that is the very point that, you know, we will not be able to retain anybody unless we pay them an appropriate wage, because we can't compete with what we're dealing with. And the thing is that, you know, as we mentioned before, the cheese has moved. The wages that we're talking about has moved. You know, CPI is in the 9% range. You know, we're losing people, you know, outside of transit. You know, we lost 2 of our board members. We moved to took jobs that were closer to them because gas prices were high. You know, the medical is going up. I mean, there's all kinds of things that factor in, and we have to be competitive. We must be competitive. If we're not, we are going to lose those lines, and basically what they're giving us is not enough. And imposing this would be bad. It would also be a slap in our face for morale as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more comments from the council before I take a motion to close public hearing? Or I'll take a motion to close public hearing.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Start voting, please. Councilmember Shea. Thank you. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
If we don't have any more comments, I'll take a motion to impose last, best, and final offer on Torrance Municipal Employees, ASME Local 1117.
Your Honor, I'll move to concur with staff recommendation on this item.
I will second staff recommendation.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Council Members Matucci and Kaji voting no.
Okay, item 11, agency items, agenda, none. Second ordinances, none. We're now going to the City Council orals. Second orals. Right now it's 10:54 p.m. 8:54 p.m. Do we have any members of the public?
Mayor, at this time, it does not appear any member of the public would like to speak under oral communications number 2. Call center is standing by.
Okay, then I'll start out with the members of the council, starting with Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to recognize everybody that worked hard to make Rock Around the Block a success. Torrance Historical Society and Museum, Cirrus Regis Group, Torrance Fire Department, Torrance Police Department, the City of Torrance, and everyone else who contributed and was there. It was really wonderful. I want to say thank you and offer everyone a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public?
Your Honor, there still are no members of the public that would like to speak under oral communications number 2. Standing by.
Okay, then I will go to Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was happy to participate in an in-service day at Gunzer Park, where I was able to join the Parks and Recreation Commission members, along with Director LaRocque. I did put on my Torrance Council shirt and was digging weeds out around the ball diamond so that the young kids who are waiting for these old guys to finish up their work could get on the field and play. But I'm looking forward to also helping with some of the other commissions who do have part in-service events in the district. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. Let's go back to see if there's anyone from the public.
Your Honor, I believe a call is coming in. However, it may take just a minute if you would like to move forward with another council oral.
Councilman Matucci, are you ready?
I am. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to read a little statement here. We must send a message to LA County Health that Torrance will not tolerate yet another potential mask mandate and subsequent shutdowns. We respect the right of people to wear masks if they choose to, but under no circumstances should any level of government mandate policies that will inevitably kill jobs and close down what are deemed to be non-essential businesses. I believe every worker is essential and every individual has a right to provide for their family without government interference. No public funds should be used to enforce these possible mandates. At this time, I'd like to get concurrence to bring back a resolution, a vote of no confidence for Director of LA County Department of Public Health, Barbara Ferrer.
This is a little harder for me to see. Maybe we should take a vote.
You'd like a roll call vote, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Griffith?
We can bring back an item, sure.
Councilmember Kalani?
Yes.
Councilmember Kaji?
Yes.
Councilmember Matucci?
Yes.
Councilmember Sheikh?
I abstain.
Mayor Chen?
Yes. Looks like we have a concurrence. Any other items, Councilman Matucci?
I'm done for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back to the public.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a member of the public that would like to be heard. Jenny K., you are now unmuted. Your 1 minute begins now.
Good evening, Mayor Chen and City Council members. Congratulations after the election. I just wanted to say thank you to City Council and City Manager's Office for your efforts to help the homeless with the tiny homes and the village across the street. and we've watched avidly since last year's City Council meeting and appreciate all your efforts to do good and help people. However, please continue with your efforts to have like the right agencies and strong intake process to really make sure that the people who are living there are going to be able to take advantage of the benefits that are offered, and that they will be safe in the tiny village and also in the bigger village that, we are neighbors with them in. So I thank you for your efforts, and Mr. Huang in the city manager's office, thank you for your polite and detailed emails, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another caller?
Your Honor, at this time there are no additional callers.
Okay, I'll bring it back here. Councilman Shake, do you have any oral comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to tell that I also attended the Ganser Park Day in service, and I had an opportunity to see a lot of volunteers were there. I saw Mr. LaRock was there as well, digging dirt with hands, and I just want to let him know to use gloves next time. And also, we have a blood drive. There is a shortage of blood, so September the 14th, if I'm not mistaken, we have 3 facilities. Please attend that, and I'm planning on attending that as well. I also attended Around the Block. It was a very successful event, and I'm very happy to see that people are coming out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
Still no callers, Your Honor.
All right, let's come back to Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to congratulate you on your first full council meeting as mayor. Congratulations. I do have several things I'd like to ask for concurrence from my colleagues, and I'll start off with this first item, and that is that it's about commissioners. Our commissioners are an integral part of our city and an indispensable part of doing the work for the benefit of the residents of our city, as well as supporting the efforts of City Council. One of the nice gestures that used to happen for our commissioners, it hasn't happened in many, many years, was an annual luncheon and a recognition event, getting all of our commissioners together and to provide recognition for lengths of service, incoming new commissioners, as well as recognizing outgoing commissioners. And with the concurrence of my colleagues, I'd like to have staff bring back an item to discuss the details of potentially bringing back this, what I found to be a very valuable once-a-year annual reward for our commissioners. Thank you all for that. Second thing is something that I wanted to do previously, but our previous administration didn't support it, and I'd like to see if our current council will. And that is our seniors are an important part of our community, and many other cities have a program where they recognize seniors who turn 100 years old. Our centenarians are a rare breed, and I think that we do have them come up in our city from time to time. And I would like to have a very simple program, nothing fancy, to recognize the centenarians in our community who turn 100 via some small recognition here mentioned at a council meeting, and if they can make it to the meeting, we'd love to have them stand up and be recognized for that significant achievement. So if we can get concurrence. Thank you. And next one's a new situation that just came up. I had a resident who's a doctor approach me, and the situation that they have is that being in the medical profession, they frequently keep medicines and other important things in their home. And with the increasing amount of power instability that we seem to be having and facing as climate change is affecting heat and other issues, power stability is a problem, and being able to maintain power for medical reasons and things like that is something that's more and more important for people. And I recently found out through the efforts of this resident that it's a difficult process. There's now a situation where you can buy emergency power generators for your home. And it's becoming more and more popular. And apparently our noise restrictions are so restrictive that it makes it very difficult for a resident to get an approval for an emergency power generator for use only in emergency situations. And I'd like to see if, with concurrence, that we discuss the possibility of changing our noise ordinance to allow, in the case of emergency of loss of power, that emergency generators be allowed to be run on residential property. Thank you all. And lastly, I just want to say to all those who are talking about Neighborhood Night Out next Tuesday, it's always a very fun event, and I make it a point to try to get out and do that. So I'm looking forward to seeing my neighbors in District 6 at Hickory Park on next Tuesday from 5 to 7 p.m. Look forward to seeing everybody there. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Councilwoman Kalani has a comment to make.
I thank you, Mayor. I just had some clarification. Councilmember Matucci's request for concurrence, can we separate those two? Is that one item, or can it be separated into two?
Yeah, we could separate it, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Do we need to like revote, or?
I think we should make a
Staff can take
clarification.
direction on that, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do we have any callers on the line?
There are still no callers for oral communications number 2, Your Honor.
Okay, then I will take the mic. Oh. All right. There are some things I want to just share. It's been a busy few weeks as my fellow newly elected officials and I have had the opportunity to meet with most, if not all, of the city departments. We've also had the pleasure to meet with various community leaders in support of the recent transition. I'd like to share my heartfelt appreciation during this time. It has been a great meeting. It's been great meeting everyone and spending time with the great city staff. In my new role, Team Torrance provides tremendous support to us on the City Council. I'd like to share an update on our 3290 temporary housing village. Since opening the 40-unit tiny homes community earlier this month, I'm thrilled to announce the village is now full. Staff have welcomed 40 clients, getting them off the streets, out of our parks, and into temporary housing. We hope this will provide the opportunity they've needed to make it a permanent change. They are receiving daily meals, a place to shower, laundry, a clean bed, and access to resources that we hope will be life-changing. Thank you to staff from Harbor Interfaith and our city staff as they continue to be dedicated to this pilot program. You are truly making a difference every day. As a matter of fact, I'm aware that there's another member in the tiny home village that's soon to be moving out into permanent residence with a new job. Last Thursday, my colleagues and I had the pleasure of attending the 16th annual Rock Around the Block celebration in downtown Torrance. I think I saw many people here. Some of us actually still know how to do a yo-yo. After a 2-year hiatus, it was great to see the event brought back. This celebration takes us back in time to when Torrance received the All-American City Award, one of the most prestigious community recognitions. It recognizes civic engagement, inclusiveness, and innovation while successfully addressing local issues. And 65 years later, we are still celebrating that same spirit in Torrance. It truly was a fun event. Thanks to our current and past leaders, we continue to strive to provide the best services and programs for our community. Thank you to the Torrance Historical Society and Museum and Sarah's Regis Group for hosting the 1950-style Family Summer event. As we conclude the evening meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement really helps shape Torrance. As we head into August, I'd like to invite everyone to participate in an annual event that Councilman Matucci and Councilman Griffith has mentioned, and also other council members here. The National Night Out, Neighborhood Watch groups, together in partnership with local law enforcement, is out next Tuesday, August 2nd, from 5 to 7 p.m. The Torrance Police Department will host 6 events, so this is a little different than previous years. Once again, 6 events, 1 in each district. The community is encouraged to join one of the scheduled neighborhood gatherings, come out and meet with neighbors, local police officers, and city officials. The 6 designated districts gatherings include District 1, 3800 block of West 172nd Street. District 2, 4200 block of Carmen Street. District 3, 18800 block of Cranbrook Avenue. District 4, 1500 block of Post Avenue. District 5, Seaside Heroes Park, and District 6, Hickory Park. National Night Out has proven to promote neighborhood spirit and police community partnership. For further information on your closest National Night Out location, email communityaffairs@torranceca.gov. As we inch closer to the return of new school year, the City of Torrance Social Services Commission and the Torrance Unified School District kicked off a back-to-school supply drive. The drive will help homeless and foster students in need. The collection will help homeless and foster students in need. The collection of donated items continues through August 19th. The Commission is seeking donations of new school supplies, including backpacks, lunch bags, refillable water bottles, calculators, pens, pencils, notebooks, filler papers, 3-ring binders, glue sticks, crayons, color pencils, highlighters, erasers, and pencil sharpeners. I'm surprised to see pencil sharpeners. I thought everyone used mechanical pencils now. Other items in need that can be new or gently used include books, dictionaries, thesauruses, or test prep workbooks for grades K through 12. Collection bins are located at City Hall and the Permit Center and the Katie Geisert Civic Center Library. For information, go to torranceca.gov/help others. Thank you again for joining us tonight. We'll see you back here in 2 weeks on August 9th. Have a good night. Do we have a motion for adjourning tonight's council meeting?
I move that we adjourn tonight's council meeting of the City of Torrance to Tuesday, August 9th at 5 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 6:30 p.m.
A second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, and good night, everyone.